Alright. Hello, everyone. Hello, Nintendame, Juniper, Kaibite, Cloverfield, Lou, Philosopher, Juniper, Cat Cantaloupe, and Complex Milk. Thank you guys for the good luck. Also, hello, Supreme Potato God and Lane. Thank you for the good luck as well, and good luck with the remote work. Also, thank you very much, Joshi, for the 79 months of Tier 3. That is indeed a few months. Thank you for the best of luck and the hugs, and for being here. And thank you very much for the continued support. Also, thanks for the good luck, Karmadex, Rhapsody, Xander Hulk, Leanne, and Chair Zephyr. Prez wants to know when I'm going to be tired of playing this. Evidently never. But the reason for that is because it's fun to play. So we should probably get started. But yeah, I hope that everyone is doing well today. Hopefully we can get a good run going that doesn't then lose like 2.5 minutes in Arbiter's Grounds, because that's kind of what happened yesterday. You're good apart from a horrendous sleep schedule? That's fair. I also sometimes suffer from horrendous sleep schedule syndrome. Not currently, though. Currently, my sleep schedule is actually pretty good. How long will it stay like that, though? Nobody knows. That one took a little too long. I'll say yes, Trez, you did get wrecked by Automod. Your guess is 3 weeks. Honestly, probably not a bad guess. All things considered. Wait, Automod hates German? Did you try to type a German word that got held? There we go. Oh, German's plural. I mean, I don't think that's true. I think you just said a bad word. Hello, Stir Marino. Thank you very much for the good luck. Personally, I have been doing alright. Thanks for the good luck as well, Deesh and Kiana. Fortunate getting hit by the Deku Baba there. Is it possible to try some speedrun mechanics on the Wii version? Yeah, most of the things in this run should also work on the Wii version, with the exception of the Gale Boomerang LJAs. I think everything else we do, except for the look-through clipping, should be possible on Wii. Including the third-person clawshot clips. So thanks for the good luck, Trippero. You never understood that, Deku Baba. I think, like, the direction the Baba pops up in is just kind of RNG. Because obviously we want that one to, like, pop up to the left so we can roll around it to the right without getting hit. Or at least that's what I'd hope to have happen when I roll past it. But I don't actually know if it's true that it's RNG or not. Oh, hello, Frizzy Kid. My day is indeed going well. And now it gets to go even better, because I get to play Twilight Princess HD for the Nintendo Wii U. Also, thanks for the good luck, John. Thanks for the good luck as well, Tarek. Okay, that was weird. Not very fast, either. Oh, really? No, stop. Wow, that sucks. Oh, come on. Not need to do that extra swing. Silly Bokoblin. I guess we'll continue with this. If the goats are not good, though, we'll probably reset. So thanks for the good luck, Evil Knievel. Yeah, Twilight Princess HD for the Nintendo Wii U. I think this is the 3D Zelda game that, like, sold the least amount of copies. Because I think it barely got over 1 million, if I remember correctly. It released really late in the Wii U life cycle. Alright, well, somehow those goats worked. No, yeah, specifically the HD version, not the originals. The originals, I believe, were the best-selling until Breath of the Wild came out. So thanks for the good luck, Deluxe Lune. Thanks for the good luck as well, Baga. Oh, nice. We actually got an X-Breaker. Also, hello, Gritty Kitty. Thanks for the good luck as well. Gonna lurk while doing your 100th run of Baldur's Gate 3. Dang, that's a lot of Baldur's Gate 3. I say as I've probably completed at least 100 runs of Twilight Princess on all of the various platforms and categories combined. Also, thanks for the good luck, Aranar. I don't know if that worked. Hopefully it did. Okay, good. Thanks for the good luck, Carlos, Raven, and Zopiad. Nice. Oh, come on. I don't know why it feels like my angle just changes there when I do the jump attacks specifically. I feel like I get, like, weirdly wild angles on that jump attack. And thank you for the good luck as well, Nat. And thanks for the good luck as well, Cormo. Thank you for the good luck as well, Mod Savage. Come on. Ow. Also, hello, Weavile Shown. Thanks for the good luck, and welcome to the live stream. Where sometimes we go fast. Also, thanks for the good luck, Mary Say. I am looking to get a new PB and beat my record. Also, thanks for the good luck, Douglas. But yeah, my goal is to get a run that I feel better about than my current PB. Because my current PB has a very good first 3 hours, but then after that, the last 50 minutes of my PB lost a lot of time, unfortunately. Is Sword and Shield skip not possible on this version? Sword and Shield skip is possible, but the issue is that because we don't have early Master Sword, if we were to do Sword and Shield skip, we wouldn't have a weapon to use. Which would be an issue because we need a weapon to be able to get through Forest Temple. So we would eventually end up just not being able to progress without a weapon. Isn't all dungeons just playing the game normally really fast? Not really, because the closest thing to playing the game normally really fast would be the glitchless category, and the glitchless category is about 5 hours long, whereas all dungeons is currently about 3 hours and 50 minutes. It's like we still skip a pretty good chunk of stuff, completing all of the dungeons and like using glitches and whatnot. So, hello? God. These are not a good fare in Twilight so far. And by that, I mean I've lost like 5 seconds. Well, so glitchless has to do all the dungeons because, like, to beat the game without glitches, you have to complete all the dungeons. So that is glitchless both any percent and all dungeons. So thanks for the good luck, DDVX. Oh, come on. Yeah. Oh well. I think I'll do another Skyward Sword entrance randomizer with randomized music. Probably not anytime soon, no. Or at least that was not something that I had planned on doing at any point in the near future. What is a low percent run? A low percent run is where you attempt to beat the game while collecting as few things as possible. So, like, if it's possible to skip getting an item, but it would be slower to do so, you still do that anyway, because then that's less things you have to collect to beat the game. So, interestingly, low percent runs are not, like, first compared against each other by time. They're first compared against each other by item count, or thing count, because it's not necessarily always items that you're skipping. Like, Twilight Princess low percent skips getting some warp portals as part of its low percent run, I'm pretty sure. Also, this monkey is being slow. Where is the keys? kind of surprised the monkey did not see that case. No, Twilight Princess low percent is only like 5 hours now. The big rupee slide that caused the run to be so long that was used in Arbiter's Grounds is no longer necessary because of the modern Pogate skip. A lot of rupees. Now Twilight Princess low percent does just a single rupee slide, like, near the beginning, I'm pretty sure. Thanks for the good luck, Sour Juggernaut and Linkont. This game has the best aesthetics out of all Zelda games for you. That's fair. This game does look pretty neat. Maybe a bit weird at times, but I feel like that kind of fits in. Is it conceivable for low percent to get even less items anytime soon? I mean, as far as, like, GameCube low percent goes, there is a TAS-only trick that allows you to skip the City in the Sky small key that I don't think anybody has ever actually performed before. So, if someone wants to do a run and try City in the Sky small key skip for like 3 months, and then eventually get it once, they would have the low percent record. And their run attempt would be 3 months long. We're getting quite a lot of green rupees, though, which is nice. Ooh, okay, this spider looks like it's prime for skipping. Yep, should be good. Howard. Have I ever been in New York City, and if yes, what are my thoughts on New York City? I believe I've been told that I was in New York City when I was, like, a baby, but I don't remember that. And as far as my memory goes, I have never been in New York City. So I do not have any thoughts about New York City specifically. I have been to Jersey City, which is, I believe, across the Hudson River from New York City, but that is still not technically New York City. No blue rupees for me. So thanks for the good luck, Strider Jiren. Alright, Ook. 1, 2, 3. Alright, starting with 3. One, 2, 3. Alright, very nice. Only 6 hops is pretty good. My favorite Midna voice clip? Definitely the one where it sounds like she says Howard. I know the actual word that's being said is most of the word power, but I choose to believe that she says Howard. Well, at least our Gale Boomerang segment got us back a little bit. Also, thanks for the good luck, Rosalie. Yes, Minda's voice lines are a Japanese voice actress speaking English sentences that then got cut up. Or, like, scrambled up for, like, the actual in-game audio. Really? I don't know what it is about this roll specifically that I keep failing it sometimes. Also, why did I think that was important? Thanks for the good luck croissant plays. So thank you very much, Fyrion, for the 48 months of Tier 2. Thank you very much for the 4 years of support. Thank you for the good luck. Do appreciate the continued Tier 2 support. It is indeed a lot of months, that's true. Okay, I thought that might have been too low. Thankfully, it was not. Unfortunately, we are going to lose, like, 7 seconds here, I think. Maybe a bit more. Because of the shenanigans that happened in the room with the boss key chest. Do I have a favorite character in Twilight Princess besides Link or Midna? I mean, probably Yeto. Yeto's pretty good. About 8 seconds. Just love Jim dancing. That's fair. Me trying to impersonate the MM Scarecrow is very good. Howard. Yeah, I do sometimes hear the B Howard also. Just like right there. Second try. You think I really look like a progressive rock / metal enjoyer, listening to complex music inside my head while speedrunning. This is interesting, because this is not what I do. If I do listen to music, it's always music from video games that I've played. Okay. Hello? Come around this way. I know that there are definitely some like people who, like, while they speedrun, they're like listening to YouTube videos or just also listening to music in the background, assuming they don't like need to listen for some kind of audio cue. But I do not personally do that. Or they even just, like, watch other speedrun streams while they're speedrunning on their own stream. Oh, not want to turn that much. So thanks for the congrats, Jovial. Is the Wii version really worth 70 bucks? I would think you could find the Wii version for much cheaper than 70 bucks, but I admittedly have not looked at prices in a while. I would not say that the Wii version should be worth 70 bucks, no. You typically have a mix audio where you can hear gameplay but have your own music. That makes sense. Because, yeah, I can understand the sentiment that hearing the same thing can get a tad boring, although I feel like at least in Zelda games, the music is varied enough, depending on, like, what area, or, like, what different areas we go through, that it doesn't really get boring to me, or at least it's always just, like, background noise that doesn't get repetitive to me at all. Hello, Boss Lady Trey. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, because every time I've seen a price for TP Wii, it's always been, like, pre-owned TP Wii has always been, like, $20. Yeah, the Tears of the Kingdom intro cutscene can definitely get repetitive. Thankfully, if we speedrun Tears of the Kingdom again, there's new leaderboard rules that allow you to skip the intro cutscene in various ways, so we wouldn't have to listen to it again. Really? Unfortunate, but geometry at the start of Kakariko is weird and results in that happening a bunch. Back in the day, Mario Sunshine cutscene. Yeah, I never really watched SMS runs, or played SMS, but I do know that that was a debate at one point in their community for, like, using a hacked file to skip the intro cutscene. Thanks. Here. So in Tears of the Kingdom, the tutorial area is called the Great Sky Island. I would say that it's, like, still pretty interesting speedrunning-wise. It is much longer than the Great Plateau of Breath of the Wild, though. Like, I think a really good time for completing the Great Sky Island is like just under 30 minutes. Which is much longer than the, like, I don't know, like 12 to 13 minutes that it takes top runners in Breath of the Wild to get through Great Plateau. Yeah, the Wind Waker intro is also very long. But the Wind Waker intro, you don't actually have to, like, be present for. Like, you could just set it in motion and then leave for, like, 4 minutes, if you really want to. So thanks for the good luck soup. We decide what's for lunch: lemon chicken orzo soup or avocado chicken salad. I mean, those both sound like good options as far as I'm aware. If I really had to pick between the two, I'd probably go with the soup. Yeah, Wind Waker also allows skipping the intro now for speedruns. Was a slow jump. We go to the home screen before jumping when doing that trick because it allows us to buffer in 2 inputs at the same time. It allows us to buffer in hitting the pause button and returning from first person at the same time, which then allows us to input buffer in a dash so that we get the proper distance for the jump. Nice. Why did I not show up to GDQ? You heard I got COVID. That is correct. I unfortunately tested positive for COVID 2 days before GDQ started. So the GDQ organizers said that if I was still testing positive 48 hours before the time of my run was, then they were going to have to make plans to have a backup runner run instead. So because I was still testing positive 48 hours before my run was scheduled to be, they had to make arrangements for a backup. I did then, however, test negative 24 hours before my runtime slot, so I still hopped on a plane and went to the second half of the week for GDQ. And was there during my runtime slot, but arrangements had already been made for the backup runner, and they didn't want to go through the hassle of changing that all back again. Also, glad you enjoy the speedruns, Redas. And good afternoon, AF Wagers. And thanks for the good luck D3. My next SSR match is going to be tomorrow. In less than 24 hours. Also, yeah, intro skipping has definitely become more commonplace in speedrunning communities these days. At least, like, for games that have, you know, some sort of significant amount of long intro. Where nothing really happens. My match tomorrow is going to be against Whale Fins. So thanks for the good luck, Cat Cantaloupe. Hope that work goes well. Ah, yes, the match will be at normal stream time. If I'm remembering it correctly. Nice. Man, all of the Cargarocks were aggroed there, apparently. I'm honestly surprised that still worked, but we'll take it. This angle's a bit sketchy. So thanks for the good luck, Lombax and Fnatic. Why do I prefer the HD version over the GameCube? I wouldn't really say that I prefer either version over each other. I think that they're both fun to run. And they each have their own pros and cons for running them. Twilight Princess runs when? Unfortunately, I don't have plans to do any Wii runs. So, not anytime soon. Though I'm sure it would be fun to do Wii runs. Also, hello, Kenny Aokiji. It is going alright. Run's a little bit behind, but that's pretty typical when comparing against my current PB, because my current PB is very good at the start. Yeah, the Wii game, like, the GameCube, Wii, and Wii U versions all have, like, separate leaderboards. Although the Wii version is kind of grouped into the GameCube leaderboard, but it's like a separate subcategory for like each individual category. Also, thank you for the good luck, Pippi. And thanks for the good luck as well, PSP. Not quite what I had intended on doing. I think I moved back towards the wall a little too quickly. But not a particularly great bug there. I had to wait until it surfaced from underwater. Because you can't really attack it while it's underwater, since any attack you do will just get canceled by going in the water. You're wondering if I had any tips for beginner learning Skyward Sword Wii any percent. I mean, I guess, like, I don't know, there's a number of, like, generic speedrunning tips that can apply as usual, like, you know, don't give up, and if you have questions, don't be afraid to join the Discord and ask questions if there's something that you're having trouble with that you can't figure out. Specifically with Skyward Sword, there is a lot of value to understanding back in time more deeply than just like memorizing what the instructions for each individual back in time sequence are. So, at least in the Discord server, there should be a link to a set of back in time tutorials that sort of explain how back in time works and like how taking information from a file to apply to the title screen works in like the different nuanced kind of ways. So that could be good to watch as well, to just get a better understanding of back in time. Also, bug. Also, yes, there's like a conception that some people have that, like, if you crash your game console, you could potentially damage it, and that is not true. You can crash your Wii a million times, and nothing bad will happen. At least not because of the crashes. Also, thanks for the good luck, Alan Nefora. Where do I think I can improve and optimize my time in TBL dungeons by the biggest amount of time? I mean, the segment that I can save the most time on is the very last segment with Puppet Zelda. I can save over a minute there, with, like, really good Puppet Zelda RNG. Well, yeah, game consoles don't really give you, or at least, you know, put a lot of protections in place so that you're not able to access or modify, like, any part of, like, the system-level OS and software. Like, you don't have that much immediate access to the internals of your console the same way that you do, like, a Windows machine, right? So thanks for the good luck, TGPU. Hitting that mailman trigger is intentional, yes. It is possible to skip over it, but if we do that, then we're just going to run into the trigger later anyway. So it's better to just hit it the first time, and then we can just not have to worry about hitting the next one if we're going to end up hitting it anyway. Alright, nice. So thanks for the good luck, Makuya. I'm surprised Epona didn't try to stop there. That's not what I wanted, actually. Okay. I shouldn't have done that dash. How are the runs so far? This run's not too bad. It is behind PB, but the start of my PB is pretty good, so I don't really expect to be ahead of my PB for a bit, typically. So thank you for the good luck, Fastest. We technically saved time. So thank you very much, Double Brick, for the Tier 1 subscription. I do appreciate the support, so thank you very much. Enjoy the badge and emotes. Another blue ruby. So thank you for the good luck briggles. Thanks for the good luck, Al. There a specific money target I need to hit for this route? Yeah, so the main money concern is we have to get 300 rupees for the City in the Sky cannon. But we don't have to repair that until, like, much later in the run. But the other small amount of money that we have to spend is 10 rupees to use the cannon to get out of Lake Hylia after we complete Linear Twilight. One slap. And okay. One slap of time loss. Only one slap of time loss, though. We will happily take that. Hello, and thank you for the good luck blooms. hoping to beat the record by a specific margin, or just hoping to beat it at all? So there's not really a specific time that I'm going for, but, like, I essentially just want a run that I feel better about compared to my current PB, regardless of what time that is. But, like, if I only beat my PB by, like, 30 seconds, I probably am not going to feel too good about that run, or at least much better about that run, because that probably means that the run had significant mistakes at some point still. Had a really good run die yesterday because you didn't know that if you quick transform right after beating Fyrus, you soft lock. Oh, that might have been because you were wearing the iron boots. Really? Bro. If you're wearing the iron boots on a magnetic floor and you quick transform, that will soft lock the game. Also, hello, haha. Because that'll also happen if you quick transform with iron boots on while on the mini-boss arena, which is also a magnetic floor. What is the most insidious soft lock in the game? I don't know if I would say any of the soft locks are insidious, but, like, I know that at least on the GameCube version, if you bring up the item wheel on a specific frame when the Puppet Zelda fight starts, you can crash the game, which is not great. It's not possible to do that in HD, though, I'm pretty sure. It is possible to softlock in the Death Sword fight. Like, if you hit Death Sword with B attacks the wrong way. As far as we're aware, there's not really a language advantage for TPHD. We're not even sure which language is technically fastest. I'm sorry, how did that fail? I guess the boomerang must have been too far back. Well, that's silly. Oh yeah, there is also Cool Game. That's not really a soft lock, since you can still save warp out of that, but it is a run killer if it happens. Well, unfortunately, because of that failed LJA, we're losing a bunch of time here. And also the multiple attempts that it took to clip into Lake Hylia. This segment, fortunately not great. Oh yeah, the look-through clips are pretty neat. I am sad there are not more useful places for them. There's that one, and then there's the one for Lakebed Temple Boss Key Skip, and that's it. I guess there's technically one you could do in Bulblin Camp, but I feel like the one in Bulblin Camp is not great. Or at least getting to the spot where you do it is not great. The clip itself is as easy as the other ones. Man, I doubled my time loss. Dang. So thanks for the good luck, the Jeff Initiative. You saw me at GDQ, but didn't want to bug me. I mean, if I wasn't doing something, you can always feel free to walk up and say hello. Also, thanks for the good luck, Waldo. I probably will not do gymnastics with people. Considering that I have not actually trained in gymnastics in over 10 years. Yeah, doing the look-through clip is faster than the bridge clip. Can you say hi next GDQ? I mean, if you want to, yeah. But you'll have to make the decision and initiative to say hi on your own. Field, go down, please. Okay. I guess that's down enough. Aside from any percent in all dungeons, do I plan to do 100% on any Zelda game? I mean, for TBHD specifically, like, I don't plan on doing... At least I don't immediately plan on doing any more categories once I get times that I am satisfied with in all dungeons in any percent, because... I mean, I do want to do 100% for this game again, but my main issue is that there's a trick, like, over 2.5 hours into the run that is not consistent for reasons that we don't entirely understand. And sometimes the trick just doesn't work for like 10 minutes. If a way to do that trick consistently was found, then I would probably run 100% again, since there are new time saves that my PB doesn't do. And also just, like, some things are much more consistent. Like, we can use look-through clips to skip the fairy floors in Cave of Ordeals instead of having to do the really precise third-person claw-shot clips. And also, we can do third-person claw-shot clip Aralfo skip now, instead of having to try to do it, like, with the Hawkeye or something that I lost a bunch of runs to. No, yeah, I was talking about Isa 1 skip. Early Snow Peak, like, it does suck if you miss it for too long in 100%, but I definitely lost more runs to Isa 1 skip than I did to early Snow Peak. Welcome to the stream, Moogle. It's my favorite game to do any percent and fave for 100%? I don't know what my favorite any percent is. My favorite 100% is definitely Ocarina of Time 3D 100%, though. What are my thoughts on Skyward Sword Hundo? I mean, when I ran it for a little bit, it was pretty fun, I thought. It's very long. It's over 6.5 hours. You did your first Twilight Princess Archipelago recently, and it was neat seeing where all the extra secret grottos and stuff were. Yeah, this game does have quite a few secret grottos that, like, are not necessary to go into, even for, like, 100% speedruns of the game. As a long speedrun enjoyer, you might try it out once you're comfortable with any percent. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the back in time stuff, I think, is also not as complicated in 100%. At least the stuff at the beginning isn't. It's either. Or no, it shouldn't be as complicated, because you don't do, like, the Skyview reverse bit warp back in time sequence. In 100%. So thanks for the good luck, MW. I don't think Hundo does any cutscene wrong warps or death tricks, no. At least not that I remember doing. But I think I ran Hundo before cutscene wrong warps were figured out. I honestly don't remember. It was a while ago. On call 64-bit Link and ask him. I last ran OOT 3D in 2024 for GDQX at TwitchCon. I did OOT 3D all dungeons. Do I think TP decomp will help as a one skip? I suppose in theory it could, but I don't think you can do it on GameCube or Wii. I think you might be able to like use hacks to try and set it up on GameCube or Wii, but could be interesting to try and look into, I suppose. Because I think Beast once did some testing where he set it up on GameCube. My favorite dungeon? My favorite dungeon is Snow Peak Ruins. Ah, yes. Snow Peak is the dungeon where we look into the eyes of Yeto. Who's my favorite cat in the game? This is not a question I have ever considered before. I guess probably just Louise, since they're the only cat that we really interact with in most speedruns. So thanks for the good luck chest slap. Ow. Thanks, puppet. My favorite Zelda game to speedrun? Historically, it's been Wind Waker HD. But I haven't actually played Wind Waker HD in a while. Can I give a Zelda hot take? Do I have many Zelda hot takes? Nothing immediately comes to mind. I guess to some people, a hot take would be that I actually think Skyward Sword's motion controls are very good, and that Skyward Sword has the best combat of any Zelda game, and will probably continue to have the best combat of any Zelda game until something more unique comes along. So apparently we got a best there. Alright, Double Brick, we'll see you later. Thank you very much for the good luck. Who's my favorite hero companion? Definitely Midna, because she actually has character. Whereas at least most of the other 3D Zelda companions don't have a whole lot of it. And more or less just exist. Spirit Track Zelda is also very good, though, that's true. I've actually never played through all of Minish Cap, so I don't know what, or I don't even remember what Minish Cap's combat is like. Do I think Midna will ever say LeBron James is in Fortnite? I don't think I've ever heard Midna say that, no. Don't know if she ever will, either. I think we're ever getting traditional Zelda back. As far as, like, the strict linearity of, like, Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword, probably not for a while, but I would hope that the future games do have some amount of linearity in them and are not just completely open world. Like how Link Between Worlds and Echoes of Wisdom have some linearity to them. Hello. That's not too far away. Okay. Alright, excellent. A very solid early snow peak. I will happily take that. Also, yes, this is HD, and we have to do early snow peak. Wolfos jump. I feel like I've actually been on a pretty decent streak with early snow peak lately. It hasn't killed a whole lot of runs recently. As in, like, within the pat, like, since I got back from the AGDQ. I definitely think that the setup I do with sliding down on the slope is much better than the setups that we've done previously, since sliding down on the slope actually gives you a consistent angle. Whereas previously we had been manually lining up the angle, which was never going to be as consistent. Alright, nice. Got our rupees. Wrong side of the door. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Yeto wears the saddle on his head because he thought it was cool to wear it on his head. Not because people actually were, like, riding around on him. So, thank you very much, Nolo, for the $5 tip. Nice. Do very much appreciate making the golden pubert spin. Let's try to not get hit by Dark Hammer this time. There we go. Okay. Pretty decent segment, all things considered. So thanks for the best of luck, Keiru. Oh. What? I haven't experienced that before. Come on. No. Well, that was mildly concerning. Interesting that the game went completely dark when that happened. At least of the times I've seen that happen in Wind Waker, the game stays drawn just behind the connection message. Oh, there's a red rupee. I think it's definitely worthwhile to take that. Nice. We don't have to get purple in Goron Mines. Yeah, the side hop there skips the rupee text. Because I have not picked up a red rupee yet, and ideally I will not get any red rupee text. Darn it, that was too early. No. Really? Well, that was slow. Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge deal if you get the rupee text, because, like, it's like 2 seconds at worst, but... What's my least favorite Zelda game? Of all of the 3D entries, my least favorite Zelda game is Majora's Mask. Still a good game, of course, but it does fall to the bottom of my own list. Okay. Look into eyes of Yeto. Their true beauty. Who need mirror? Would I rank MM3D higher than MM? Actually, yeah. I do rank, like, if I'm considering, I mean, like, if I'm comparing the games together, I don't usually consider the remakes, but, like, as far as the remakes go, I do think that MM3D is better than MM, solely because MM3D does not have as much input delay, and the controls feel much better to use. Whereas on the original N64, the controls are significantly wonkier, and the camera is significantly worse. I do think that the redone bosses are pretty meh. Like, I do think that the original bosses are better, but as far as, like, actually playing the game and enjoying playing it, I do significantly prefer the 3DS remake. My top 3 Zelda games for me would be Wind Waker and Skyward Sword tied for first, and then Tears of the Kingdom under them at third. Why doesn't Yetta have arms? Great question. I don't know. So thanks for the good luck, Silver Skinner. This run's been alright. Lake Bed was a little weird. But about 50 seconds behind, which is not actually too bad time-wise at this point. But we are coming up on Arbiter's Grounds, which is generally what can make or break a run, so... Early Snow Peak was good. We got it pretty much first try. You finally played Skyward Sword for the first time with the HD version and loved it. You're surprised so many people don't. I mean, I think there are very, like, valid reasons to not like Skyward Sword. Like, obviously, motion controls aren't going to be for everyone. They are very much for me, right? I love motion controls, but... like, at the end of the day, motion controls just simply aren't going to be for everyone. So, some people don't like Skyward Sword, or at least don't like the Wii version, because, like, there is no alternate control scheme. You have to use motion controls. The game is also very strictly linear, and, like, some people don't like how extremely strictly linear it is. If I also talks to you quite a lot and like can oftentimes tell you information that you already know. They did remove some of her text in the HD version, but not a whole lot of it on the grand scheme of things. At least for speedrunning Skyward Sword HD, motion controls are faster than button controls. Because specifically, you can't quick draw the bow unless you're using motion controls. So that means that you don't get, like, instantly precise bow shots without motion controls. And you also can't do the fastest version of Spiral Charge skip if you're using button controls, because you don't have as much freedom of movement when diving with button controls that you do with motion controls, and you need that extra freedom of movement to do a precise dive for the fastest version of Spiral Charge skip. Alright, time for Bulblin Camp. Okay, pretty nice. For you, the main thing you don't like about Skyward Sword is the main quest structure. Yeah, I mean, that's also fair. Like, the game does have you revisiting areas quite a bit. At least compared to previous Zelda games. Even if the areas have new twists on them, they are still the same area. Nice, a best segment. Also, yeah, I get you. Green PFP thing. Like, the button controls in Skyward Sword HD definitely feel awkward to me. Like, I don't particularly like them, but it's good that they exist, because I'm sure there are quite a few people who much prefer them over the motion controls, but, like, the way that the game is designed is definitely designed around using motion controls for a lot of things. Which is why the button controls can definitely feel, at least to me, awkward at times. Alright, let's see how good we can do Hogate Skip this time. See if we can do what we did yesterday, except not just randomly click back in bounds when trying to throw the boomerang. Because aside from that, yesterday was pretty good. Okay, that's a good start. Alright, that was very excellent. I'll happily take that. The bubbles are usually not that cooperative. I did not want to get rid of one of those skulls, though. Or I only wanted to get rid of one. Okay. Oh, come on. Excellent. Very nice. Alright. Okay, that's the hard part. There aren't difficult things still left, but... very happy with how we performed on that. Huh? Okay, well... accidentally pressing the A button. Never done that before. Really? Come on. Ah, well, that sucks. Nice. I love not rolling there. That was stupid, unfortunately. That looks so much harder during the GDQ run this year. Also, I would say that the GameCube version of the trick is actually harder. Oh. Cool. Well. Unfortunately, we're not really saving time here. I really shouldn't have failed the step clip. I don't know how I accidentally pressed the A button. That's so unfortunate. Nice. the Poe Gate skip that we did there was definitely, like, one of the smoothest that I've had. The only thing that kind of took a while was lining up the angle after we got into position from doing the step clip, but other than that, it was pretty good. Really? I can't make that jump recently. Not making that jump sucks, because it means that I can't get the fastest cycle on the last set of spinner rails. Nice roll. Well, hopefully we can have a good Stallard. At the very least. So thanks for the best of luck, Snowy Sparkles. Alright, thankfully there was an opening that time. Hopefully we'll get a good opening here. Let's try it again. Really? Well, unfortunately, that was kind of slow. Really sure if there was a way I could have gone through the 2 lines of soldiers at the start that I got at the beginning of the 3rd cycle. So it could have just been bad RNG, but usually do have to adapt somewhat. Being able to do Stylard skip would involve clipping through the gate that blocks off the loading zone, yeah. But you cannot get to the Phase 2 arena early, you know. Yeah, it sucks that the really hard trick went well, but then I lost time to pretty much everything else in Arbiters aside from the really hard trick. So thanks for the good luck, Kaylee. I speedrun a 2D Zelda game. I guess it depends on what your definition of 2D is. I have done speedruns of Echoes of Wisdom before. I also learned how to speedrun Link Between Worlds, but never actually did a run of it. That was like over 10 years ago, though. A blue split means that that segment specifically is the best that I have ever done before. At least with these splits. Come on. Nice. I don't know how I did a backflip there when I was trying to do a side hop.
Hey.
Enough. I don't think you can get back up to the center platform in Phase 2 of Stallard. It's not as far as I'm aware. Nice. I was specifically trying to avoid that, but Analog Glitch said no. Really? Alright, well, that's also never happened before, so that's cool. stinks. Some of these tricks make you wonder how someone figured that out in the first place. Seems kind of random. Yeah, Kitty Climb, I can see giving that impression. Really? Come on. But at least Kitty Climb specifically is, or is the result of, like, a lot of testing over a period of time to get to where the setup is now. Because the very first iteration of Kitty Climb looked nothing like that. That segment was not great either. So the mini-boss clipping through the floor is because you're not supposed to be able to transform while you're on that floor, but you can specifically do it with the quick transform button. And normally when you transform between human and wolf link... Oh wait, I don't need that, maybe. The game freezes most actors so that nothing weird happens, but... while you're transforming, the game doesn't want to freeze the floor, but it freezes the mini-boss, so now the floor is only reacting to Link being on it, because it's like a dynamic floor, right, that shifts and changes depending on where the weight is distributed. So because now the floor is only reacting to Link, it clips above the mini-boss's feet, and so the mini-boss falls through once the quick transform is over. And the mini-boss is now getting updated again. Also, hello, Crimson Wolf. I am doing well. Unfortunately, this run has had mistakes that I am not proud of, but could still PB. I also have to remember to get the red ruby before fire. Ah, hello. Guess I tried to side hop too quickly. As a kid, you assumed the iron boots wouldn't magnetize on the brick part of the arena. I mean, yeah, that's a logical assumption to make, but unfortunately, that's not quite how it works. Howard. Well, I guess that was a best. Ah, that's not gonna work. Bad angle. We had to collect that extra red rupee because we didn't have quite 300 rupees. Thank you very much, Ethernet Boys, for the 73 months at Tier 1. That is a lot of months at Tier 1, so thank you very much for the continued support. I don't know why I did 4 rolls there, I don't normally do that. So the boomerang long jump, or long jump attack, works because that's just kind of a general mechanic that exists in this game with jump attacking, where the game will try to adjust Link's jump attack speed to account for whatever he's targeting, or however far away whatever he's targeting is. So if the thing that Link is targeting is right next to him and he jump attacks, the jump attack has basically 0 speed, but if it's really far away, the game will try to increase Link's speed to a point. And so the boomerang allows us to essentially do that anywhere, because when Link throws the boomerang, he's actually targeting the boomerang, even though there's like no targeting reticle that appears, right? So then you can just pull out your sword, and then perform a jump attack by hitting the A button, because Link is auto-targeted onto the boomerang, essentially. And as long as the boomerang is over a void or over a surface that's higher than Link's feet, he will do a long jump attack. Nice. No, I didn't want to do that. Really? Well, that's unfortunate. Don't think that's a mistake I've made in a very long time. Oh well. It's the most difficult glitch to pull off in this speedrun. That would either be early Snow Peak or Pogate Skip. Not really sure which one of them would be considered harder, because they're very different from each other. Man. What do the colors on the splits mean? So, if the split is red, that means I am behind my PB when I split for that segment. If the split is green, that means that I am ahead of my PB when I split for that segment. And if the split is blue, which supersedes both red and green, it means that that segment is the best I have ever performed it. So it is a best segment. I mispronounced bool? Oh, my bad. Yeah, a bool segment. Really? Bro. I should have recognized that wasn't gonna go high enough. Door. No, I don't do Kai Clip in HD because I can't get it to be, or at least when I've tried doing it, I cannot get it consistently enough to justify going for it in runs. So I don't go for it in HD. It's definitely harder in HD because you can't tell if you're aiming in the right spot, because the reticle does not change significantly, or really at all, where it's like, or where it appears on the screen if you are aiming in the right direction. So it's, at least in my experience with trying it, much harder because of that. It would be nice if we could do it consistently, but... No... Darn it. Well, we're losing like 20 seconds here at least. What's my least favorite dungeon in Twilight Princess? That would be Palace of Twilight. Also, hello, Sneaky. Also, thanks for the good luck, apes. Palace of Twilight is my least favorite because, while it visually looks neat, it's very repetitive and involves a lot of waiting, in my opinion. Every single room is just spawn the small key chest, basically. And then wait on some platforms, most likely. Or kill a Zant head. So, not very interesting gameplay-wise. Fun boss, though. I've always played through Zelda games casually before learning to speedrun them. Unless it's a remake. Like, if it's a remake of a game that I already know, then... Usually I play through it once to familiarize myself with how the remake changes things, but then it's usually just... see what we can do with speedruns at that point. My favorite boss in Twilight Princess is Blizzetta. Do I have a favorite Zelda game? My favorite Zelda game is a tie between Wind Waker and Skyward Sword. Though I did debate saying that no, I do not have a favorite Zelda game as a funny answer. Do I think I can ever go back to playing TP normally? I guess that depends on what you mean by normally. Like, I don't think I will... Nice. That was dumb. I don't think I will... like, obviously I can't play this game casually for the first time ever again. Like, any time that I play the game, it's gonna be influenced by, like, at the very base, like, trying to be optimal, or at least somewhat optimal with movement to some degree. So thanks for the good luck, Emmanuel Mendoza. What's the hardest Zelda game to speedrun? Depends on who you ask. In my opinion, the hardest one is N64 Majora's Mask, because I find the controls in that game to not be as good as the controls in... or at least, I don't find the controls in that game to be easy to get used to. Just personally. Is the speedrun in HD significantly different to the original? At the beginning of the run, yes. The later into the run that you get, the less different it becomes. Like, the strategies that we use in Palace of Twilight are pretty much the exact same as the original. Alright, Juniper, we'll see you later. Thanks for watching today. That was weird. So thank you very much, Kamathy, for the 48 months of Prime. Thank you very much for the good luck and for the 4 years of support. And I mean, this run still has like an hour left, so... still quite a lot of run to do. I think of emulator? Probably depends on the emulator. Wii U. I mean, Semu seems pretty decent for what I've used of it. Thoughts on this run? This run specifically has had quite a few mistakes, unfortunately. Even though the 2 hardest tricks of the run both went very well, we had a lot of other mistakes that have lost us time instead. I am surprised that worked. Did not think it was going to. So thanks for the good luck VBG covers. We'll see you later. If I ever speedrun a Souls game, I have never speedrun a Souls game, because I've never played a Souls game. Really? Why do I keep on messing up quick spins with Zamp specifically? Ugh. Thanks for the good luck, Urdinu Kusu. Certainly gonna need it if we want a PB. Another run after this? Probably not, but we'll see how I feel at the end of this one. Do I have any rando races planned? Yes, both tomorrow and Saturday will feature randomizer races on stream. Tomorrow we'll be doing Skyward Sword Randomizer, racing against my next opponent for the Season 4 tournament, Whale Fins. And then on Saturday I'll be doing a Wind Waker Multi-World Archipelago race. The Wind Waker Multi-Worlds Randomizer tournament. Really? Ow, it just took a while. Okay. Oh, come on. Thanks for the good luck, Cryptid. For my PC specs, It's a great question. I never remember. Oh, yeah, that's why that felt wrong. I forgot to spin those lights beforehand. We have an Intel Core i7 14700K. Really? Okay, I must have... I thought the platform had already begun slowing down, but evidently it did not. That's usually the cue for throwing the boomerang. Alright, well... Anyway, I also have 96 gigabytes of RAM, and I think the graphics card is a 470 Ti. Remembering correctly. I do not simulate entire universes in my rig, no. What I do sometimes do, though, is open up Cheat Engine on Yuzu and have to search for a value, which initially ends up resulting in, like, a billion values that it registers. So... that's where the 96 gigabytes of RAM come in handy. No! Excuse me. Okay, well, that was stupid. Oh, I guess we didn't land on the platform. Ah, well, this run can't PB anymore. Well, I guess maybe it technically still could, but... I am sad. Guess that actually wasn't as much time loss as I thought it was, but... Actually, I guess with the void out in the previous room, this is actually quite a bad segment. Losing at least a minute compared to best, which is pretty bad. You're sad. Can I say something to brighten your day? Well, Pippi, since you have not seen SpongeBob, I have a story that will brighten your day. This is the story of the ugly barnacle. There was once a barnacle that was so ugly, everyone died. The end. Go away. Really? How is this the second time I've done that? Oh my god, what is this RNG? And yeah, I missed. Why is that the third time someone has told you that? Because that's just an iconic SpongeBob story. I wish the Master Sword would keep its power-up outside the Palace of Twilight. I mean, it does keep its power-up outside the Palace of Twilight. It just doesn't glow. Unless you're, like, fighting Shadow Beasts specifically. Also, why did I immediately roll into that? But, like, if you pay attention to the sword when we fight the Shadow Beasts in Sacred Grove in this run, it does actually, like, light up with the lighting effect from Palace of Twilight. Specifically when fighting the Shadow Beasts. Darn it. Okay. Slow at the start, but that's fine. I'm surprised they didn't patch long jump attack in the HD version. Not really, no. Because the way that jump attacking works in this game to allow for long jump attacking is a pretty central mechanic to just, like, how jump attacking in this game works. Like, if you wanted to patch long jump attacking, you'd have to completely get rid of that mechanic, which would probably just result in a worse casual gameplay experience, because then jump attacks would likely just miss a lot of the time. Come on. Wanted to actually shoot Skull Kid. Oh yeah, I'd run 100% again. But I would probably want to wait until either a significant new time save is found, or ISA 1 skip somehow becomes consistent. Well, yeah, so the reason that LJs don't work on Wii is because if you take the sword out after you throw the boomerang, Link does a slash, which breaks the target on the boomerang, I believe. And so, like, you can't have your sword out while having a target on the boomerang on Wii, which is why you can't do it on Wii. My current 100% PB is 657? 658? One of those times. Alright, Crimson Wolf, we'll see you later. Thanks for the good luck. I will be sure to remember to hydrate. What happens if you stand inside the chest as it spawns? Then you just get pushed up by the chest collision as it spawns in. So Link ends up standing on top of the chest afterwards. Also, thanks for the good luck sledging. I think Link Between Worlds is very good. I think most people who play Link Between Worlds think that it's pretty good, is the general vibe that I get. I think it's a very worthy contender for favorite Zelda game. Really? I thought Link would shield and not get hit. Evidently, I was wrong. Ow. I guess we're not getting those arrows. Probably fine. So thanks for the good luck, Extrius. You always get Link Between Worlds and Link to the Past mixed up. I mean, if you've never played either and aren't, like, frequently exposed to what they look like, that's fair. They do look very different, though, because, like, Link to the Past is the one that's purely 2D with, like, sprites and whatnot, and Link Between Worlds is the one that uses, like, actual 3D models just with a top-down camera perspective. Oh, come on. So, hello, Snide. Come to nearly the end of the run. Only 3 hearts should be fine. Also, thanks for the good luck, Kiana. I guess that works. The method of doing Door of Time skip on GameCube and Wii was patched on HD, yeah. Specifically, any clips that involve, like, a collision of, things like a door or a gate, or something that has, like, opposite-facing collision on the opposite side of it, is not possible in HD, because they fixed whatever the bug was that allowed that to happen. So that also includes things like Orden Gate clip with the rock, and also, like the Snowpeak Ruins floor clip that you can do. No, I did not want to target you, actually. What? How did he throw it downwards? Yeah, we can still, like, clip through gates by, making them swing back and forth. That kind of clip wasn't patched. So that's how we do Orden Gate clip in HD, is we put opponent next to it and then bonk into it facing a specific way so that hopefully we clip through it. Ow, darn it. She didn't go the direction I wanted her to go. But we did get the music glitch, so that's neat, I guess. There's the regular music. No. No. Nice. Love losing time to Armagoma RNG. Oh, come on. So thanks for the good luck cabbage. Alright, to the last dungeon. Off we go. Oh, come on. Dang, I lost time to doing the verification bonk. You miss our bonk counting. Yeah, F-Tab was cool. Or is cool, not was, but... I don't think he watches the streams anymore. Otherwise, he would be tallying all the bonks. Twilight Princess does have the most bonks out of any 3D Zelda, I'm pretty sure. Or at least of speedrunning. I think that Moon Boots is possible on GameCube. Because it doesn't require first frame. It's pretty lenient. I don't know, the Zora armor doesn't have any, like, on-land movement benefit. We only had the Zora armor on because we needed to put it on for the Morpheal phase of the Zant fight, and it would take time to take it off, so we don't want to take the time that it would take to take it off. Does the Boblin Danger Lair part play in HD, or is the fight just too fast here? I'm afraid that I don't know what the Boblin Danger Lair is. You mean like the music that plays when like an enemy is approaching you? Or are you talking about something else? I mean, the, like, enemy approaching music does play in this game the same way that it plays in the original. Why is equipping Ball and Chain so impossible during this part specifically? Oh, I mean, I guess the enemy approaching music might play if you, like... If you get close enough to the trigger that makes him fall down while the cutscene of the barriers going up is happening. That might be what you're thinking of, but once the fight starts, we don't get that music at all. So thanks for the good luck, Chris. Is YouTube behaving? I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. I hope that work was alright. Ah, really? Didn't click into first person fast enough, apparently. Even with that void out, we're still not losing a ton of time. I guess that void out's not actually that bad, because you just respawn right where you were anyway. We're now eating leftover tendies and fries from lunch. I mean, that sounds like a good time. Can't go wrong with tendies and fries. As a personal choice. Alright, we're starting off with the energy ball. Zelda is taking her sweet time between each of these cycles. They are technically the optimal number of cycles so far. Four. Five. 6, unfortunately a triangle. And nope, not 7 cycles. 8 cycles. Yeah, so Zelda has to do at least 7 cycles, but based on how the RNG happens, she can do more, and usually does do more. It's also random how much time she spends flying around between each of the attacks, so there's lots of opportunity to lose time to RNG in that fight. Like my PB did. I got too far away from him. Yeah. Well, this is awkward. Where is he going? Oh my goodness. $350.54. Another $350 to add to the pile. Yeah, that last segment also was not great. With the Zelda RNG and the horseback. But thank you guys for the GGs. Apparently it's time for me to yawn. And thank you very much, Joshy, for the 50 bits. Why are there horses? Yeah, something to do with Twitch combos. But yeah, that was, I'd say that run was pretty nice up to us getting Pogate Skip. And then after I did Pogate Skip, we kind of just started making a lot of mistakes, and then lost a lot of time in Palace of Twilight, mostly. that's where this run went. We did have some good parts, though. My Master Sword and Ball and Chain segments were both very good. Enter Arbiters itself was pretty nice. And apparently we got a best on Goron Mines. I'm not really sure how that happened, but sure. Temple of Time was also pretty good. The biggest time loss in Temple of Time was just some bad Armagoma RNG, which is somewhat par for the course, so... But I think that will be it for today. Is this my favorite Zelda? No, this is not my favorite Zelda. My favorite Zelda is a tie between Wind Waker and Skyward Sword. So tomorrow we will be doing normally I don't stream on Fridays, but I have a Skyward Sword randomizer race scheduled for tomorrow. So we will be doing another one of those at the normal stream time. And then on Saturday, we'll be doing another randomizer race for the Wind Waker Multi-World Tournament. So, yeah. That will be happening for the next 2 days. And on Sunday, we should be returning to regularly scheduled Twilight Princess HD. I will also be on the GDQ hotfix on Friday. Me and Momo are going to do Wind Waker Randomizer Co-op, which is not multi-world. It's where we both play the same seed and share information with each other. So that'll be happening Friday night. Like 8 hours after my normal stream time or something like that. So, yeah, lots of randomizer stuff happening for the next 2 days. So, hope that sounds good to y'all. In any case, I will be seeing you guys later. Goodbye. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day.